This is what the ghost guard so fiercely? Gold? It's so soft, you can't make anything useful of it.
Alicia, get the shutdown code ready. Bryce, take us in.
Oh, you're gonna kill us all. Take us in.
Shotgun command is ready. We just need you to decide.
Get ready for another fight!
This land is sacred. Your presence defiles it. Gaining adrenaline.
R15 is online. R15, power up your engines and go. It is bound to orbit distance, Bryce. Clear the gravity from the planet.
Alright. Now you work as concerned.
How you doing over there, R15? We're shaking, but we're okay. I have so many questions. Well, I think the answers by saying William Trust is a worthless piece of excrement. I think that answer will suffice, Lieutenant. If the situation had been reversed, I would have let you die. I know. Remember how I said we could never be friends? Yeah. I think I was wrong. And I'm never wrong. Suppose there's the worst time for everything.
What season is it? I feel like I should be pulling out the holiday decorations.
If you've come to steal, the quest ends here. If your mission is truly worthy, you will be selected.
Better daughter than Coleman.
That last chance. I'm honestly not sure.
Bad blood on both sides, but for today, let's take this one.
Oi. Less talking, more science.
Remember our deal, Mr. Trust.
Calculations complete. You're welcome.
I triple checked all the programming, the math, all of it.
Enough.
We're ready to spin up folks.
What is so important, ogres, that you've invaded these sacred grounds to find me?
Queen Nadege, I must ask your help
Your
again.
last word, Mr. Trust.
We've had a few victories. The brand keep coming.
I've sent you troops before. You need even more of my soldiers?
We are grateful, Queen Nadege. Very grateful. But there are so many branded. We're struggling to survive.
This is hopeless. Just because she helped us before doesn't mean she'll help us now. I'm surprised she even remembers.
Hey,
You have so little hope, ogre.
Ginger. Hey,
I can see how this war has worn on you.
here.
You must really need my help.
Ginger.
Very well. I will send more soldiers. In the meantime, let us discuss strategy. Survival is not enough. We must win.
That's the Terminator where sunlight hits the dark side of the planet.
Yeah, but it's moving away in the rotation. It almost looks like
Harder. No, my finger gonna stop sooner. Alicia, the weird readings with water on the dark side of the planet. Yeah, the water was freezing. Because it's not water. It must be liquid methane. Liquid methane has lower freezing temperature than water. Since it's into the sunlight, it's heating up having radiation.
we find another planet with those kinds of fires.
First, the ocean on the dark side of Fox River's deep. Where it heats up, it increases temperature.
If you're lost, I may be able to help. That feels good.
Oddly enough, I feel safer with the Awakened around.
They're not so bad, once you get used to the smell.
Ah, Commander. A little bird told me you and your friends went on a pilgrimage to the Mists. I am pleased and a little surprised to see that you survived the journey. What can I do for you?
We're combing the desert in search of something.
You're in luck. I have loads of something. You're welcome to peruse it at your leisure. This is the part where you clarify your statement and tell me what you're actually looking for.
What do you know about the Riverlands? Are there any peculiarities I should know about?
Well, there's a lot of history in those parts. Kind of history that attracts treasure hunters. Occasionally, one would pass through the Grand Sahil on their way south. Eyes alight with visions of gold and glory.
Did they find anything?
Don't know, I'm afraid. But I know someone who might. A Derman Priory scholar stationed out that way. The name of Gluck. If anybody can point you in the right direction, it'd be him. Good luck.
Gluck. By the name of Gluck.
consider heading south from here. Nothing but trouble that way.
All right. Now where do I start? Maybe
The followers of Ascension are constantly seeking different methods to reach Ascension. Follower Zune and his golem collect forgotten glyphs in hopes of decoding their secrets. Follower Dawnwind fights to clear Augury Rock of the Branded in an effort to further her legend. And follower Adisa searches for slivers of Last for follower Lucius Anvilblade to weaponize. At Augury's Shadow are several other Tyrians who have come to seek Ascension. West of there is the first camp, where you'll find followers that were here before the Tyrians arrived. Far to the south are refugees from Joko's kingdom. They may know of other places of power.
Are you the Pact Commander? It's a pleasure to meet you. The name's Soon. Big fan of your work. Something I can help you with?
I'm looking for an associate of yours named Glock. I'm told he has some information on you.
Again? I don't think I've ever met a more distractible Asura. Here, I'll mark them on your map. Hope that gets you where you need to go. And again, big fan. Don't die out there in the wastes.
I'm scouring the Riverlands for something. A place of special significance, possibly related to Vlast. Any ideas?
Sorry. I just arrived, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But it does sound interesting. Good luck.
Branded Forgotten Priest. These guys.
Killed doing that in a place like this. I'm far more dangerous than I look, you know. I'm sorry. This place has me a bit on edge.
I'll wear a bell next time. You're with the Priory, aren't you? I need information.
Concerning...
I'm searching the desert for something.
I need more?
A place of special significance. Possibly related to the Dragon Vlast.
You're not working with much, are you? These lands are rich with history, so that could be any number of... Wait, Vlast, you said?
Yes. Anything come to mind?
Well, since my arrival, I've heard mention here and there of an ancient lost city somewhere in the Riverlands. A hub of forgotten activity. Or it was before the fall, anyway. Supposedly, Vlast was born there. If you're looking for... how'd you put it? A place of special significance? The lost city certainly fits the bill.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
No idea. Hence, heard mention here and there. All I've gathered on the topic is rumor and conjecture.
A lost city. That must be what we're looking for. I'd better check with the locals. Excuse me. I'm in need of information. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost city? How do you lose a city? I mean, I'm forgetful. I've lost plenty of things, but a city?
Just answer the question, please.
Once I lost my favorite journal. Looked everywhere for it, and I never did find it. But you know what I did find?
Please say a lost city.
Every single left sock I had ever misplaced. I swear, if it's not in the last place you look, it's... well, elsewhere.
Fantastic. I need to go now.
Anything you need, Wayfarer?
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Only in stories. Supposedly it was where Vlast was born, but it's long gone now.
What happened to the city?
Joko happened. When he redirected the river to lay claim to this region, he ravaged the entire desert. Those stretches of quicksand are his doing, as was the sinking of the city. According to legend, I mean.
It's not too horrible. You'll get used to it.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
A lost city? I've heard of one here and there, mostly by way of raving treasure hunters passing through.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
Not exactly. But supposedly there's a sprawling ruin buried in the desert. Plenty have come looking, but as far as I know, nobody's actually found it.
I appreciate the insight. Be well.
Come to help the followers of Ascension? We could use a pair of hands like yours.
Maybe later. For now, I need information. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost City? I could swear I heard something about that from the locals. Apparently it was where Vlast was born. That's the long and short of it, though. Follower Disa may know more. Kadena's our leader. She's usually around camp, unless she's out assaulting the branded Forgotten at Augury Rock. Our main camp is right here at Augury's Shadow, but most of the followers can be found at either first camp or second camp.
I'm afraid not. But I had a question for you. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost city? Only rumors. Supposedly there was once a grand city somewhere in the region. Vlast's birthplace.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
I'm afraid not. But folks in the camp west of here might know more.
Located somewhere in the Riverlands.
The only lost city I know of is where Vlast was born. The Forgotten City.
According to legend, it was reclaimed by the desert.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
Not specifically, but I ran into a couple of treasure hunters looking for it not too long ago.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost City. Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I'm hardly an expert. You should ask Niall. She's in the tent just over there, tending to the children.
I'd like to see you try. These people are eating out of our hands. Do your worst.
We have completed the task at hand.
Oh, yeah, this is a good one.
Greetings, Wayfarer. Have you come to join us in the search for Ascension?
Maybe later. For now, I need information. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
What about the Forgotten City? The Forgotten are really interesting. They took care of Last since he was born.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
What about the river folk? Suppose they might know?
Oh, yeah! Go ask the river folk.
You'll find them south of here, settled along the riverbank. They'll know more about the story.
Excuse me. Do you have business with Elder Muriel?
I'm searching the Riverlands for something important. I've been canvassing the area in search of information.
She does love visitors, but you should know something. Muriel's very old, and her answers are not always clear. Please be patient with her, and try to speak up. Her hearing isn't what it used to be.
Ah, and who are you? I don't know your face, but I like it.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was hoping I could ask you a question. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
A city swallowed whole by the desert itself. Kesho. Yes.
Kesho. Is that the name of the city?
City? No, a nursery. Where the forgotten toiled. Where Vlast's eyes first opened. Where Glint gave us her legacy.
I need to find Kesho, Elder Muriel. Can you tell me where it is?
A terrible journey across terrible lands. Beyond the sinking dunes.
I see. Thank you. Kesho. Vlast's birthplace. Now I just have to find it. Excuse me, I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? Ah, yes, that's the name. Vlast's birthplace. Swallowed by the desert, according to legend.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
If it exists, it'll be out there, in the wastes beyond the quicksand. A dangerous place to go on foot. If you intend to travel there, you'll want to make a stop at the skimmer camp west of here. The proprietor there has been selling skimmers to adventurers for years.
Years? You must see a lot of treasure hunters come through this way.
A great many. All searching for the treasures of the lost city. And to my knowledge, none have returned. You'd be wise to keep that in mind, stranger. If you journey that way, make sure to bring your skimmer along. You look like you can handle yourself, but the desert eats the unwary. Remember that.
I love watching the skimmers play. I know. They're so graceful and majestic gliding around.
What is all this about? I don't have anything to torture me.
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? It's been a while since anybody's asked me about Kesho. How'd you come across that name?
With great difficulty, I promise you. What can you tell me about it?
You're different from the others. Maybe you are after something more than riches and glory. If Kesho truly exists, you'll find it to the northwest of here, where it was claimed by the desert. If you head that way, you'll want to bring your skimmer along. Otherwise, the desert will claim you too.
When we get moving again, how can we avoid the Forged?
We'll have to head east. Hopefully we're far enough north to avoid the Awakened.
But at least the Forge left us alive. Are you sure risking a run-in with the Awakened is better?
I honestly don't know. But if nothing else, Augury Rock should offer better cover than open desert. Besides, We'll have to head through Destiny's Gorge anyway to get to Amnoon.
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? Where have I heard that name before?
Whatever happened to that adventurer we ran into last year? Wasn't he looking for some kind of lost city?
Oh, that's right. That was the fellow. He swore up and down he'd found a legendary lost city. And he asked us to join his search for a cut of the treasure.
What happened to him? Where did he go?
See the fissure to the north? He ventured into the caves beneath it, and that was the last we saw of him.
Did anyone go with him?
With so many branded in the area, we know better than that.
Shame the adventurer didn't.
Telling me that this mount's been here for over a year?
Eat my dust! Forgotten statues. And they seem to be guarding that pit. Could this be the place?
The symbol was on a door last time. Wonder if you can actually carry the God Fire from there all the way over here and activate this door. That'd be nice.
Hello?
Hello? Commander, are you talking to me? Your signal's really strong. How'd you do that?
I jumped into a deep pit.
Good job! Wherever you are must be on a ley line nexus.
Listen, I found something. A lost city called Kesho. It's buried, so I could use your help finding my way around.
Buried city? Really? Run, I wish I was there. Describe what you see. Everything, in detail.
There's sand drifts and debris everywhere. And pedestals like the ones in Tarir, with exalted sentries floating on them. Here's something that could be a console, but it looks dead.
Huh. Probably needs a power source. Look around for a crystal or anything bright and shiny.
Something about this exalted. It's moving, so it's alive, but it's not responding to my presence.
Wait, not responding? Poke it with something. No, wait. Don't. That's poor research etiquette. Well, maybe just a light poke? Ugh, I want to be there.
Different exalted armor. We got some more armor. But it also looks like it's a fire
I
attack.
know the Exalted in Tarir use these pedestals to sleep and recharge. But this is different. This is more like living death. And they have this red glow.
They're glowy red Exalted? Ugh, I want you to poke it so bad.
I'm not going to poke the Exalted for you, Tarir. These pedestals are dark. No lights, no sound, nothing.
Maybe the power's shut off. Look for a way to turn it back on.
Found a glowing crystal. And a dead body.
Hope the crystal's not what killed the body. Only one way to find out. Pick it up.
I already did.
Great! If you're still alive, try plugging it into the console.
Okay, the power's on.
What was that noise?
A door just opened. There's another Exalted inside. Not red like the others. Looks dormant, but maybe I can wake it.
Well, carry on then. You know what you're doing.
No! Did Balthazar send you a Joko? I will defend this sacred ground with my life!
Wait, I'm a friend.
We don't like Balthazar either. The commander's on a mission to stop him. Balst is the only clue we've got.
What have you done? The pedestals are reviving the forged!
The glowy red ones are forged? Good thing you didn't poke them.
You claim to owe Balthazar no allegiance. Prove yourself. Destroy his creations.
Easy enough.
Gaining adrenaline.
That one's dead. Oh, that one should be dead. That one should be dead.
Balthazar's the reason I'm here. He's working to kill Kralkatorrik, and we're trying to stop him.
I wish you'd come sooner. Balthazar was here recently with that wretched lich Joko.
Apparently, I'm the chosen champion and protector of Glint's second scion, Aurene.
If you've been entrusted with the role of the Scion's protector, then it would be my honor to assist you. I am Sadazi, Welcome to Kesho. What you see is what's left of the Forgotten's first attempt to pacify the Elder Dragons. It failed. This site was abandoned, but a few of us remained as its caretakers.
Why were Balthazar and Joko here?
They came seeking the forgotten magics that imbue battle armor with living spirits, the same that created the Exalted. They quickly discovered they could use those magics to create these abominations, the horrors they call Forged. The Red Exalted you fought were the results of their early experiments on us, left behind as mindless sentries. In the chaos, I sealed myself in that chamber to avoid the fate of the others.
Cowardness.
Smart. Now you can help us make sure Balthazar doesn't succeed.
Balthazar thought he destroyed the information you seek, but the sentries he left behind were actually
It's not a very
protecting
secure
it.
door.
What do you mean?
The pedestals!
Your invisible friend is correct. I can reveal the secrets contained in any pedestal you choose.
Glint was the key. She was perfect for our purposes. A scion of an elder dragon, and a crystal dragon herself, with a mind of her own. We did our work well. Glint actively rejected Kralkatorrik, and she brought forth more scions to join our cause.
That was Jasso Escher, one of the Legacy's main architects. Sadly, he was lost in the attempt to convert Kralkatorrik.
Wait, convert Kralkatorrik?
Yes. The Forgotten dared to try. But the hunger of Elder Dragons is too strong. It proved a tragic failure. More of your questions can be answered by consulting the other pedestals.
The most important lesson an Exalted must learn is, though Elder Dragons are unimaginably powerful, they can be killed. Each has a distinct flaw. Mordramoth, for example, dominates thought, but its most powerful asset, its mind, is also its greatest liability. Kralkatorrik's unique strength, its power to crystallize objects, is also its singular weakness. Its creations share a fundamental resonance that connects them back to the Crystal Dragon and makes them vulnerable to each other.
A fundamental resonance that makes them vulnerable. Well, that's why Balthazar was after Vlast. He needed a scion of Glint to kill Kralkatorrik. But Vlast's gone now, so that means... Wait, there's one thing I don't understand. If Glint and the Forgotten knew what killing an Elder Dragon would do to Tyria, why would they rear Vlast and Aurene?
The answer is locked behind that door. If you're done with the pedestals, we can proceed.
Kesho is supposed to be my home, but it's more of a cage. Or a tomb. I prefer the open sky. I feel trapped here. This place reminds me that I cannot act, no matter how eager I am. Not until the full legacy is ready.
That's Vlast.
We encouraged him to record his thoughts for reference in posterity. He didn't mention it often, and was never glad to do it.
I believe it. He sounds super frustrated and restless. Like a genius progeny suffering through intro to Golomancy.
I'm not sure what information he was trying to seek that he didn't know, because he already said that he went after Blast because of the frequency.
You can't stand it any longer. The constant talk of duty and destiny, the Force reverence. It disgusts me. It enrages me. My exalted attendants are durable, but still mortal, insignificant. They quake with fear at the slightest angry hiss. I have a job to do, and the power to do it. They can't help me. Why do they pretend they can?
Sadly, Vlast matured in isolation. We didn't know how to socialize him properly until it was too late. By the time we realized Vlast needed to bond with mortal races as Glint had, he no longer could, nor cared to.
Easy, and the others tell me I must wait. That before the real work begins, the whole legacy must ripen and mature. I am ready now. gw2 continues to grow in power, and my mother's death stands unavenged. I am my mother's son. I will wait. I will serve the glorious purpose she and the Forgotten set for me. Although the snakes and their golden servants speak as though it is their purpose, and Glint merely lent it her name. So in her name, I will act. Until the full legacy is ready, I will contain gw2 and cull its branded horde. Intruder! You can't beat us all.
Almost there.
Curious. The door isn't responding. It must have been damaged during Joko and Balthazar's attack.
You're in luck because the commander is good at smashing things.
Telling me that this guy can't do anything to this door.
Please, step inside.
More to explore.
The millennia-long Elder Dragon cycle is one of feast and famine. Ravenous they rise, sated they sleep. Glint and the Forgotten set out to break this cycle of extremes and to restore true balance. But when two Elder Dragons were unexpectedly eliminated from the cycle at one time, we believe it created a void. that caused the system to break down and the collapse to begin. The hope was that Glint's legacy would stabilize the cycle. We theorize these vacancies must be filled with entities that circulate and share magic rather than hoard it. Only then will the balance of magic truly become stable. Only then will Glint's legacy achieve its ultimate purpose.
The scions of Glint are more important than we thought. Balthazar only sees them as a means to gaining power. But they could be instrumental in restoring the natural balance.
If you are, in fact, the true protector of Glint's legacy, then it's up to you to stop Balthazar from taking her. But know that he will let nothing deter him from his goal of killing the Crystal Dragon.
Timey, get a message to Ritlock, Canuck, and Casimir. There's a spire south of the skimmer camp, tall enough for Keel's airship to moor. Tell them to meet me there.
Commander, you must leave, now. I can feel the Forged approaching. If you are able to find Kesho, then I failed to adequately conceal the entrance. I must close the entrance forever. This portal will allow you to return safely to the surface.
But what about you?
I will keep my pledge to protect this sacred place with my life. I am at peace. Farewell, Commander.
You're gonna seal the city off forever. Does the city serve any purpose at this point? Seems this portal's probably gonna be the only way to get in now. And why even have a door in the first place? And his way in is nothing but a hole in the roof.
Interesting.
Not even an event. Like, what is this? Supposed to be like a scary boss thing? Charged projectiles. idea what the purpose of this place is. The departing. Riding some doggos. Meet your companions.
Expecting someone else? What's this? They're fresh into battle. Did you say we take things a little more slow last time?
Almost ready.
Strong. sad for you to die so far from home. Ah, the Scion. Come here to defend your champion.
Maureen, no.
And now, you die.
The Exalted and Kaith suck at their job. One job to babysit the dragon. You let her fly across the whole planet. She's literally like 2 days old. Ah.
Where am I? Who am I? I need to be somewhere else.
Huh. The underworld. Has to be the underworld. But it definitely seems different compared to what it was in the past. That's weird. I mean, I thought it was the underworld until I saw some random equipment just sitting around. It's Dark Souls. This seems like it's supposed to be a Sylvari that we know, but I'm not positive. It looks a little different. I feel like that's a Sylvari that died, but it's been a while. Got some crate pens. Okay, there's less gravity here or something. real question is there anything unique that we can find to give us insight on what the underworld would be like later? You know? Oh, well, that seemed promising, but whatever.
I don't want to be one of your Earthlings. That's why I fled your home in the first place.
It doesn't matter. Deserter, defector, or exile. Help me now, and all will be forgiven.
No, I'm where I ought to be. I accept whatever the afterlife has in store for me. You should too.
Never. For me, there is no afterlife. I exist forever. I rule, I dominate, and I've only just begun.
Surprised Air or somebody isn't down in here. Like all the people that are dead, they should be down in here somewhere, you know? Air, Snaff. Actually, we don't see any Asura. Actually, why is that plant chick here? Because they should return to the dream when they die, as far as I know. This person looks like pre-searing Ascalon. Up an Asura. Brap. So the Asura do come down here. So Snaff and Air and well, I don't know. I don't think Traherne would be down here, but the other Sylvari is, so maybe. I kind of wonder if they'll be brought back. Like, if we ever have to fight the gods or come to the underworld in the future, have like a little reunion. So these are the axe. But, see, something killed it, so that's odd. There has to be a monster somewhere. Unless Balthazar did it or something. Yeah, it's probably Balthazar. Look at that. You got fire. Interesting. Let's go check out that little hut real quick. So why would Balthazar come to the underworld? I mean, I guess Grinth isn't here anymore, but this kind of puts a hole in one of my theories that maybe the Void was taking over the Gods' realms or something. But because everything seems pretty, normal for the underworld, at least over here. I don't know what this is. Alright, let's go talk to Joko. Just kind of making sure. This is Statue of Grinth. I'm guessing Joko's immortality is stronger than Livia's immortality. Trying to explore this without getting myself stuck. Hopefully. Doesn't look like there's much going on right there. I don't know if these look pre-Ascalonian. These domed roof remind me more of like Divinity's Reach. Crap. Well. Alright. Let's go to Joko.
Come, spirit. Do not be afraid.
The judge. He's wearing the Grinth avatar suit. Guess he's talking to me. I thought there was going to be some more dialogue here. Was there a character named the Judge in Guild Wars 1? I know Doom was down in here, but... Hey, there's a Char over there, too. It's interesting as well, like in Guild Wars 1, when you came to the Underworld, it was only humans, which means, like, maybe they were segregated or something in Guild Wars 1.
I'm not sure why I'm here, or even who I am.
That's because most spirits find their own way to their fate when they die. But those whose deaths are too traumatic often forget who they were, or how they perished.
These spirits
I think this avatar's suit is different than the one you can buy in the store.
in the domain of the lost.
But I can't be here.
You will reach your rightful place in time. First, you must recover your name, to know who you were and how you lived. Then, you must learn your
I had no idea there was eyes
to
up here.
understand the choices you made, and why you lived as you did.
I always thought the eyes
Once
were
you know
like...
your name and purpose, only then can I determine your final destination.
That's weird.
But how do I do that?
Nena has traveled the path you now face. She can assist you. For though they may have belonged to you in life, once your name and purpose enter this domain, They are yours no longer. And you will have to fight to reclaim your name. Now, arm yourself.
Nina, so you discovered your name. How do I reclaim mine?
I learned my name from the spirit of my old mentor, but only after besting him in a challenge of riddles. I discovered my purpose hidden in an old diary I had written as
Interesting.
a child. I was a teacher.
Is it that simple?
It's different for everyone. The judge said you must fight to recover your name. So you clearly weren't the teacher. A soldier, perhaps?
I don't know.
Well, if you are to fight, you must first arm yourself.
With what?
Spirits must abandon their positions before they may move on.
Weapons. Where's that Asura at? I don't want to go back to that cave. It would be really interesting to see the underworld, like if it had any water, like an underwater area of the underworld, because I think that could be pretty creepy. Something they didn't have in Guild Wars 1. See if there's any weapons by Joko. Nope. This is interesting. So there's a portal to get here for sure. Oh, she can just leave. Look at that. Show off. Guess I can't talk to him yet. If I was a weapon, where would I be? I mean, we saw some weapon boxes inside that cave earlier, so it's probably that. Weapon. Ghostly underworld weapons. She's the one that told me to arm myself, and that she's already walked this path. She's not very much help, though. Has to be those caves. It's either the caves or the Asura. I just don't remember where the caves are.
Look around the area, and perhaps you will find something useful.
Go to the anvil.
No, I can't fight with any of this. I should be able to fight with this. That spirit looks just like me.
We should follow.
There's nothing usable here.
So, how did I walk past this cave twice? Oh, it claimed my name. It's like a demon thing. It's an assassin. That's weird. My warrior have smoked way too many assassins in my day to die to one now. Chump.
I still don't remember.
Then more than one must have claimed your name, which means it must be a prestigious one. Quick, find another shadow.
Prestigious name.
Keep looking. If you don't reclaim your name quickly, you could lose it forever.
Coming at me with a cheap core warrior greatsword build, sir.
I remember now. My life was filled with conflict, victory, and loss. I was a leader, a commander.
I could tell. You wielded that weapon like a true fighter.
But I don't know why I fought. What I strove for, or against.
Next is your purpose. What drove you forward and ultimately led to your death? The answer is here, somewhere in the domain of the lost. You just have to find it.
But how will I know it? Where will I find it?
If you truly desire it, your purpose will find you.
It will find me, you say. My purpose will find me.
I'd start with the bird.
That's not dead yet! Brace yourselves. I think it's gonna explode!
Hero, I have summoned you to act as advocate of the crown. I want you to meet with the orders and take charge of the situation.
When Zaitan rose from slumber,
The dragon found a long-dead nation and claimed it.
The soul of Tyria mourned as her children were cut down by the beast. The land wept, and the world shuddered. In my short life, you've taught me the most important lesson. Friends will go through anything for each other. That's why I have to do this.
I wonder what the lore thing is with this bird.
Our victory at Fort Trinity will show the world that we can strike against the dragons.
Intruders, you trespass on the dragon's map. You will fight.
We can assault Arar. We can destroy Zaitan before the dragon's infection claims us all.
See if they drop any goodies.
We have succeeded, but only by coming together to fight a greater foe. You have shown the way.
Tonight, I saw it. I stared into the abyss, and it stared back at me. So much power. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore.
It's gone. All gone.
And here, at the center, is only me.
Aren't you even curious about why I did it? All this chaos and destruction?
Listen! Her shield drops when she attacks. Make it count. End this. Now!
You fools! You think my death saves you? Too late.
Imagine running into her down here.
I have something I can no longer protect. You must understand.
He has a jar of dirt.
Tyria's future.
You're not leaving until you tell me the truth. We come from the jungle, dragon. We belong to it.
With everything we had to deal with here, the Pax fleet may have already launched.
Oh my goodness.
You're a welcome sight, Commander. This situation's grim. Mortimer tore the fleet apart. The pact is in ruins.
I get that since it takes them so long to push content out, they gotta like refresh you as you go through it. But like if you play the whole story back to back, this seems a little trivial, you know?
I don't trust Elvira. Neither should you.
Okay. Like we're just now getting into like the Heart of Thorns stuff.
Its offspring has chosen you. Channel this gift to get the egg to safety.
You must kill me, Commander, before that seed grows. Before Mortimer reclaims what it has lost.
I wonder if the dragons have spirits when they die.
Our creator is vanquished. Where does that leave the Solari? What is our place in this new world we've created?
Dragon's Watch. I like that. So only you get to decide when we take down a dragon? Only you are
What did I lay down my life for? Is that what we call it?
Her name is Aureen.
I am the last Marsat. Many years ago, you knew me as Lazarus the Dyer. I have returned from the brink of existence.
But who would pose as Lazarus?
No, it can't be.
The dragons will die, and fire will unchain all.
There's a glitch. His face is invisible.
Balthazar. He wants revenge on the other gods, and he's going to use Aureen to get it. I have to convince the judge to send me back.
This time on Judge Judy. What's going on, Jinkools? 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 Who's that hand wave? Thought it was I'm North America. I thought that little emote thing was what is it? What was her name? Michelle? Obama's wife? Like from a distance on my computer, it looks like Michelle Obama.
Your faith in the gods will be rewarded, noble spirit. Step forward, and I will see you to your final reward.
You must let me go back.
I see you clearly now, Commander. Balthazar killed you, but you would face him again? Balthazar has done great harm here. The magic he uses to hijack spirits shakes the foundations of the domain of the lost. But I cannot help you.
They're taking spirits from the underworld.
If I could defeat him, it might undo the damage he's done in both our worlds.
It is too late. No life remains in your body. Unless, when Balthazar left, a fearsome beast, the Eater of Souls, rose to prey on the waning life energy of the spirits here.
That's got to be the screams I've heard in the distance.
Eater of
If you
Souls.
were to defeat the beast and claim its power, that life energy might be strong enough to reanimate your body, allowing you to go back. But if you were to fail, the beast would consume your entirety. I could grant you no final reward or punishment. Your spirit would simply cease to be.
I'll take that risk. Now that I've rediscovered my purpose, I have to go back to finish what I started.
Then in Grenth's name, conquer the Eater of Souls and live again. Remind Balthazar that none escape judgment.
I don't know, like, so can the judge not defend the realm or the spirits? And it says, when Balthazar left, a fearsome beast, the Eater of Souls, rose to prey on the one. So is the beast, like, natural to the land, or did Balthazar leave it here? Like, why does it have life force inside the underworld? Defeat the Eater of Souls and reclaim Vital. So are you EU or North America? I guess you've played the game a decent bit. This is Eater of Souls, but this is the Zaitan minion. So is Zaitan not actually dead at this point? I would assume he would have been, but these guys... Well, I mean, the other dragons, I guess, consumed his power, so, I mean... Maybe this is like Jormag's thing or something. I guess you got a lot of hours on Guild Wars. Yeah, it's not bad.
This certainly is unusual, Commander. But since Jogo's arrival, nothing here has been the same.
It's clear he doesn't belong here. He's not a spirit, but he's not strictly alive either.
That's the problem.
I know they say some people have like 20 or 30,000 hours at this point. I get like over, if you play consistently for like 10 years, you probably would.
They exist at Balthazar's will. This is as far as I go. I must face judgment and receive my final reward. Good luck, Commander.
I kind of want to see what happens to her. This is that chick. She's the chick that we just saw in the desert, I think, right? With the other guy when we went into the temple. I want to go look at some of those spirits that we freed from the Soul Eater as well. See if there's any like recognized faces there. Can you imagine if she got judged and he just like sliced her up right here?
Step forward, wandering spirit. Why have you avoided judgment?
I've been afraid. I think I've lived a good life, but I could have done more.
I see you clearly now, Nena. You worshipped Cormier and were a teacher.
I had to hide my worship. I would not teach Jogo's propaganda, so I fled. I was killed by Balthazar's army.
You did what you could with what you had. You may go now. Cormier's library awaits. Every book ever written can be found and read there. A new world awaits you. Go now, with Grinth's blessing.
Thank you. Praise to Cormier and
Huh.
to Grinth.
Yeah, 42K hours. I couldn't even imagine. Ugh. I tried to make extra content for the game a while back for my guild just to keep me interested in the game, and it was so stressful. 42K. That's interesting, though. So every spirit that dies comes to the underworld, and Grinth, or the judge, decides where they go, and they're going to the different realms of the gods. So they're going to Cormier's library. But in Guild Wars 1, everyone was human, but now we have the Char and Asura and the Savari here, but we haven't seen any Quaggan or Skrit or any of the, like, second-tier races inside of the underworld. So maybe you have to hit a certain point before you get access to these. But I'm curious, because, like, in Cormier's area, we never saw... they were all humans in the Cormier zone. None of these Char or anything there, so I don't know if they're staying in the underworld. or if they actually get sent somewhere. And we have no idea what Duena or Lissa or Melandru's realms are really like. Balthazar realms just war. Looks like all the spirits disappeared, so I ain't gonna get a chance to look at them. I'll have to redo everything and then look at the spirit at some point. See, there's 2 named people back there now that weren't before. Nicholas and... This name is so fake. Like, who in Riot made this person's name? Or not Riot, ANET. Huh. So they both regain their memories, and they're staying in the underworld. So you can be completely alive and stay in the underworld. But she's saying that she should join Raven, which makes me think that the judge can send the Norn to the spirits of the wild. Which means the spirits of the wild would have realms similar to the gods. So are they basically gods as well? And then the Char don't have any gods. So I don't know where they would send him. So that's interesting. I definitely feel like they're going on the path of eventually they're going to replace the gods with the races. Because in Guild Wars 1 it was all human, but now like let's say at the end of everything we have conflicts with the gods and they do something with that storyline. Balthazar's realm could be taken over by Char like Ritlock. Like I would almost say Cormier or whatever could get replaced by an Asura. Melandru, Sylvari.
I knew you'd be back, but I bear no grudges, harbor no ill will. Release me now, and I will still honor the deal you foolishly rejected.
Your help is worthless. I found my own way back, and I'm off to succeed where you failed. By defeating Balthazar.
Good for you. Such pluck and self-delusion. Off you go, then. Of course, you are forgetting one crucial detail. Balthazar has an army. Do you have an army, little one? Well, I do. An army to rival that of the disgraced god. We both know you don't stand a chance without my awakened soldiers.
You may be right about that. I do need your army. But I don't need you.
What? No. My awakened are loyal to me. They'll never obey anyone but their beloved God King.
Really? Because in your absence, your army obeys the Mordant Crescent. I've seen it, and I can use it.
I warn you, do not leave me here. By royal decree, I forbid it.
Sorry, Your Majesty. But from what I've seen, your kingdom is better off without you.
It'll be really interesting. So, storyline-wise, Joko is like immortal. Irene gets immortality from Joko, which means she's like a super powerful dragon in the end. But there's one other character that we know that has immortality, and that was Livia. And I've always thought, like, my main Reddit account got banned, so I mean, I have a new account that I can post on now, but I always thought that Joko wouldn't just like be consumed and be dead. Like maybe he would slowly corrupt Irene. And in that sense, you could technically bring Joko back for one final like fight and have Livia and the Scepter of Ore be like something kind of vital to get rid of him forever, you know, and maybe give her a sacrificial and like ending. Because right now, Livia is just a person that's immortal, that's been walking the earth forever, and she's still walking the earth, and then, you know, 1,000 years from now, she's still gonna be here. They have to do something with her at some point.
Mortal, this is your last chance. I will return to reclaim my throne. And I will have my revenge on those who put me.
I mean, if you want to hang, yeah. What do you want to do?
Dare take advantage of my absence. Torture. Oh, yes. I have plotted it out. I will just laugh as their wretched pleas for a longer life turn to desperate cries for a faster death.
I mean, we can. They're not necessarily too hard. I just been doing the storylines from front to back. My guild leader from Guild Wars 1 is coming back to the game, and he wants to do the Canton expansion. But I'm really curious, like, have you ever played the storyline with multiple people? Like, does the story scale based on how many players you bring into it? So it becomes harder. I was kind of wondering because I've like none of the like super experienced players are going to be able to just help new players out very much in their storyline. And I've tried it in the past, but it's not like, you know, like you go and you try to help a new player and they just you one shot everything, and then you're spending like 15 hours just running around with them doing nothing. It doesn't scale too much. I think they really should make the missions more like Guild Wars 1 scale wise.
Get back.
Commander!
Thunderclaw.
Wait, what's going on there? You all said the commander was dead.
I was dead.
I want to know where the Soul Eater came from.
But now I'm back.
Yeah, but that's not how dead works.
She makes a good point. We all checked, Commander, and you were very much no longer with us.
And he's still not. This is a trick.
Kaz, is this one of yours?
It's not an illusion.
Not me. I'm alive. I'm still the commander.
Poke him. If he's squishy, he's a mummy. If he's leathery, he's awakened. And if he's nothing, he's a ghost.
We're not going to poke the commander, Timey.
Listen. Balthazar has Aurene.
We know. He was taking her south toward Kralkatork when we arrived. We tried to stop him, but there were too many forged.
And I hate being the bearer of bad news, but it appears that Balthazar has managed to build up quite a formidable army of forged.
He does seem to make them faster than we can break them.
That's why we need an army of our own. And I met someone in the domain of the lost who told me where I can borrow one.
Borrow an army.
Domain of the lost?
Yay, we have a plan!
Kaz, have you got anything that can change our appearances?
Yes, but nothing that can make the four of us look like an army.
It doesn't have to. It just needs to disguise us as someone else. After I secure our cover story.
Okay. I'll be standing by.
And I'll be at the casino in Amnoon. If you can come back from the dead, I want to double my wager on you.
Fine. I'll get word to you all when the time is right.
Oh, hey, Commander. Good to have you back.
See, I think it's pretty interesting. So, like, in Guild Wars 1, they had normal, like, missions, and then they had hard missions. And a lot of people are having issues in Guild Wars 2 because they don't like that they're not getting consistent streams of content. But they could use storylines to, they could use storylines in the game to add story lore. You could add like dungeon type events for instant based content and everything, just with the story itself. Because the last stream I did, I talked about this too, where like if you look at oh, what's going on? Got very shiny, my dude. But your wings are a little darker. I can tell if they're like purple. Firebrand, nice. See, I've always liked the Norn, but some of the armors, like a lot of the basic armors, they kind of space out on their character model, and it doesn't really fit very well. Some sort of kinky bondage going on there. So you want to do a world boss? This is a new character, so like I got the teleporters on here, but other than that, I don't know exactly if I have everything. All right. But yeah, I think they could make the story itself the dungeon and kind of instant based content for players without needing to like make specific things. Like the strike missions and stuff are fine, but you could just do that like you do a normal story mission, a hardcore story mission, and then like a nightmare mode story mission, which would be like the hardest thing to play. And then you could get more story content as they come out. But I don't know. I'm getting tired of posting discussions on Reddit because I've posted things every game that I've swapped to and played. I've posted discussion posts and stuff. My karma got really high on my main account, and I come over to Guild Wars 2 Reddit and I post discussion posts on there, and I get negatively voted out so fast, and my account got banned. And all it was discussions and like a theory about like game lore, but other than that. Desolation.
The citizens of the Bone Strand are experiencing a rise in suspicious activity lately. Can you help? The citizens of the Bone Strand are experiencing a rise in suspicious activity lately. Can you help?
Because the only thing I can really think of to do for the storyline right now, if you want to play with a group.
How are you alive? Balthazar killed you. I watched from the shadows as you fell.
Can you see this guy on your game?
Having you watched, but he struck before we could send a warning. What happened after you died?
In time, I'll tell you where I came to be, what I saw, how I escaped.
Like, does this agent pop up on your game, or is it just me standing here?
But first,
Oh, okay.
you must help me.
In exchange for that knowledge, absolutely. Anything the Order can do, name it.
I want to use Joko's army to stop Balthazar.
Commander, the Order of Shadows is powerful, accomplished, capable of...
There's a couple of questions like I kind of want to get answered when it comes to group play with the storyline.
Save Joko himself can do that.
Archon Ibero could.
The Archon? I suppose Joko's marshals might follow the orders of the
Why's your
Archon,
turtle invisible?
if those orders came from the king himself.
I have it on the best authority that they would.
But the Order has no sway with Archon Ibero. The last time we caught Joko's attention, he killed 30 of our agents.
I'll take care of Ibero. I just need to know where to find him, and Joko's marshals.
I suppose Grand Vizier Uramishi and the
can't
Bone
board
Palace
with
to the
that on.
south would know where the marshals are. As for the Archon, the fastest and safest way to engage him would be to lure him here. But he usually considers the area south of the wall unworthy of his attention.
If he thought the Sun Spears were rebelling down here, he'd have to come running to end the threat, right?
There aren't enough Sun Spears left to stage an uprising.
Only takes one, and they don't have to be a Sun Spear. A few attacks on awakened camps. Some conspicuously placed Sun Spear banners. That would look like a Sun Spear declaration of war, no matter who was responsible.
It's
I like
risky.
this.
Very risky. Be careful, Commander. Your next death could be your last.
So my questions are with the storyline when you play together. One, can you unlock achievements for story missions that you're taking a part of if you don't have them activated yourself? And then two is like, if you don't have the storyline yourself, do you get the same quest rewards as the guy who actually did the storyline every time that you play it? And then I think there's something else that I was thinking. Place Joko portraits atop buildings with Sunspear propaganda. Can you join at the exact same point that I'm at? Interesting. So you'd have to join me on the previous mission, and then afterwards... Because there's a lot of questions with the storyline in particular that I just don't have any information on. There was a question I had the other day, but I don't remember what it was. Because I figured they have to own the expansion to do the story with you. I mean, I'm assuming that's the thing as well. But I've only been able to play with people that have like free accounts, like the core game for the most part. I've never seen anyone really play the storyline together. It's like the top of my head, yeah, pretty much all of them can be solo, but like, something that I've tried to do for a long time was, do like all of the bosses in the game, all of the content with like a solo or duo team. But I think if you're going to do the storyline as a group of 5, you probably like try to do the whole storyline with nothing but gray gear. Would probably be the thing, because like a new player coming to the game, they could potentially do the storyline all the way through and maybe get like most of their exotic kit and stuff done. It wouldn't be worth it for everything though. Like berserker gear and all that you can buy pretty easy. But like celestial gear is like a couple, like 100 gold or something.
Almost there.
I'm a pretty unconventional player in most games, so like I'm more interested in so basically what I thought of the last time I was playing this game is like all the meta builds for warriors and stuff. Yeah. I've seen the extended gear and all of the expansions and stuff as well. It's part of the reason why I didn't grind it out in the first place, was because I know generally in MMOs things get easier as time goes on. Like the stuff that you do early, generally the gold value goes up, but the items get easier to get. But also, like, I don't necessarily care about having the best gear. I like being able to play the game with the lower tier gears. I feel like I'm missing something here. There's an arrow pointing north, but all the green circles are south. But yeah, I don't think the game is hard enough in general to really have to have like the best gear. But like when you get to the in-game content, people require you to have the best gear and certain builds, and it's kind of a little bit iffy. Like the warrior meta builds in the past, they were like great sword, and I wasn't a big fan of great swords. And all of the builds that they said were terrible on warriors, like shout heals and all that, I ended up putting warrior groups together because those skills, they're not the best on their own, but when you get like 5 warriors together, it makes it so much better, you know? It's the same way with like I'm starting to use the Fear Me shout on my warrior builds more. That 5 seconds of fear. If I have 5 warriors, it's 25 seconds of fear. AoE is pretty solid. I think I went the wrong way. Let me see. Is there a way to fix this? I might be able to circle around and come back up, because I needed to go that direction. Maybe I should just go back. Alright, so basically, I used to have this, so I came back to the game, they nerfed a bunch of stuff on the warrior and changed wordage and stuff. The last time I was on, I was making builds for, so my guild is the Republic of Rome. So we built this to be basically to make more game content for the game. And it used to run and be like pretty well off. But we were taking like level 1 players and making it to where they could level up in level 80 zones with teams like during the world events and things, using artillery, stuff like that. We had military groups of 10 players that had like builds that worked together, but it wasn't like meta builds. It was like you'd have like a necro group, or it was mainly warrior focused, and then you'd have like a banner carrier and someone that could be like a mesmer or whatever. But you use the skills together. So right now, this build that I'm using, this is like the solo player version of it. It doesn't require any ruins or anything in particular for it, just one trait line, and you can use it with any weapon type. So solo, you just use this banner of defense, and then if you're in a group of players, you could run the shout heals. And then I'm running celestial gear and stuff. With AoE, so when you break out of a stun, you heal allies in a 360 radius after breaking stun. So if you do the shout heals, you get 3,100 health per heal times 5 every 20 seconds. Or actually, yeah, you can get 3 of those in a burst, and then you'll get 1 every 25 seconds, but you have the trait passive, so you can get 1 every 10 seconds. So you're looking at 3,100 health in 10 seconds times 5, so 15,000 health. Alright, so that really gets rid of the any need to have like a warrior heal skill as your primary, and things like adrenal health is already healing for like 7,000 right here. So that's the only healing this build's using. But you can get 15 seconds of damage immunity just with these 3 abilities. And then the Fear Me is giving you an additional 5 seconds against like general enemies, but against bosses, the 5 seconds lowers the Defiance bar for 5 seconds. And I'm using the bow, which the Immobilize, and the Flurry also lower the Defiance bar. So it's like, yeah, well, it's not about the Celestial gear. It's just I happen to be using the Celestial gear because you can get it for free on the stuff. Well, it's not about the... Alright, hold up 1 second. Because I'm getting lost. I don't know where I'm going right now. So, the build isn't really what matters, like, because I already was talking about doing a power version. I'm planning on doing a greatsword rifle as well. And it's not going to have really any of the defense healing and stuff that's on this, but basically, like, just playing solo, I can keep almost infinite damage immunity up with just the skills, so I don't really need the defense. The Celestial Armor is just, you know, easier to get with the level 80 boosts. But originally, I was making these armors with Aristocrat. I was using the ruins that were the easiest to get. I like building stuff that's pretty good, that uses cheap ruins. And with that one, it was you applied weakness, and then when you attacked, you get like 5 stacks of might for free, and you use phalanx formation, and everyone was giving each other a bunch of might every auto attack. But yeah, in general, the build that I got right now, I just built this in the last week or so, but it doesn't require any sort of armor, and you can use the build with any sort of weapon. It's just the Celestial's pretty decent for what I'm doing. I would say I don't really need the boon duration uptime, though. But the last time I worked on the builds, like, I guess maybe I was supposed to just go the other way. Like, I had a Firebrand healer, and I kind of went into an event, and I was seeing how much it healed for, like, kind of just an average number. And then I went into the Shout Heals, and I was seeing how many how much Shout Heal you could get together with a group of people. And you could actually get, like, pretty high numbers with the Shout Heal group. But this is damage negation. And the idea was is that the build was going to be able to be used in PvE, and for group content, fighting bosses with just a pure warrior group. And then when we went into World v World, we're trying to change how World v World works. Yeah, but all the meta groups have boons like that they have to put on people. I get that, but like I don't think the game really needs to have like the most optimal builds to do everything. You should be able to do some fun stuff and still pull it off. Like I'm building an Asura Mesmer, and I have a Chronomancer that's a human that I reset the what is it? My Chronomancer human resets the racial Hounds of Balthasar ability, so he can keep it up pretty much infinitely. And I'm going to do the same thing with the Asura Mesmer, so I can have 2 golems out at one point. The game is already doing what? I mean, probably, yeah. I haven't played in a while. Well, yeah, I know they've added boons to classes, but I don't think it's like you don't necessarily have to have the boons if you change the way you play, if you want to play a different way. But I don't know exactly what all they've changed. It's been a while, but the last time I played, there's very standard build classes. There's not really any real way to like just use a normal build when you went and played places. Yeah, but I mean, alacrity and quickness are vital because it's just going to help your DPS, and that's all people worry about in the meta groups for the most part. It's DPS and survivability. It's just like this stuff that I have right here. This set right here is just like what I'm using. This one was more of like the group play, and then this one was pure damage. So if I was playing with a group of players, I would just use my group damage one, and then let somebody else worry about keeping me alive. Because this right here, I can get, I don't know the exact numbers, but I've been able to get like 10k plus on physical damage. I've been able to get 10k plus on bleed and 10k plus on burn. All with this. And then I can get like 10k with my arcing arrows and stuff like that. But I don't use it as much because it's not as tanky. Yeah, but yeah, you can do 40 to 50k. Alright. And I get that that's the good numbers. But this is a hybrid build that you never see any warriors play, and it's not 10k, it's 10 plus 1,000 burn, 10 plus 1,000 of bleed, 10 plus 1,000 of physical damage. So I'm doing 30 to 40,000 damage in a second, basically. It depends, though. There's a lot of things. And like my ruins, these are just condition duration ruins. My stuff here, like I don't have, it's just quickness. Is your warrior a greatsword warrior or what? Yeah. See, I have one kind of, I would say, meta sort of warrior, which is my Char. Yeah, the gun saber. I mean, the gun saber, yeah, I know what the gun saber is. I haven't really unlocked it yet because I haven't really cared to. But my thing is like, the greatsword, I like it on my Char. I can kind of like it on a human somewhat. But I have a bunch of warriors. Like, I have I don't know how many now, but probably like 10 or something. I don't know. Of warriors. Each warrior has its own different weapon type that it uses. I'm really completely lost on how I'm supposed to get over here right now. Give me a second. I need to jump on this mountain. For me, it's not just about damage. Like, if you want to just use one warrior weapon, like, everybody uses the greatsword. And that was the meta build, was greatsword and stuff forever. And even for PvP. And when I was playing the game before, I did PvEs for the story. I did PvE for the story, and then I used to do 1v1 duels. And the meta thing for PvP back in the day was Spellbreaker, greatsword. But I've been able to win against every single elite spec with my core warrior builds, and that's all I really care about. It's not like the big numbers aren't really what I'm looking for. I want my builds to be able to do the PvE content, and I want to be able to beat 1v2 in PvP or World v World for the most part. And generally, I know it's a different story, but like you're not getting what I'm saying though, man. Like if every single warrior is nothing but great swords, then that's it. I don't think you really have to just like prioritize survival. I mean, PvP is more just like you learn skill rotations and then you kind of figure out when to interrupt things and like burst people or team up with an ally or just move really fast and like outrun people. All I'm saying, like, it's just nothing in the game is really hard enough, I don't think, to justify having to have like 200k DPS. I mean, it's... And then you have no variety, everyone's running the same stuff, no one tries anything new. But every class has like healing capabilities, damage capabilities. Like if the Guardian did no damage but only healed, then I could make the argument of like, hey, you could replace that healing with a group of people doing damage and healing together. But it's more about the challenge for me. I don't think 3 builds is diverse enough. I really don't. Especially since most of those 3 builds are going to be the 3 elite specs. When I know like core warrior can beat elite spec warrior in 1v1 fights. I do play other classes and professions. Just not as much as warrior. I just generally don't do things that like gold farming. All that I don't really do. I'm more of a storyline person, and I like making my characters like with unique skills and kind of stories. But it's like before they nerfed my warrior build from before, I went and did I don't remember if it was a raid or what. There was something going on, and I went there to play, and I had a warrior build that had like an absurd amount of damage, like just Condi damage, but it had like 5k armor. And I went in there and they said that I could tank for them, and I spent like 8 hours tanking for them, and then they kept like messing up on the boss thing or whatever, and then a guardian comes in, says that he wants to tank, and they like kick me out of the group and let the guardian do it. It's just like, but mainly at that point it was because my armor value was so high, it was attracting the boss, and the guardian couldn't tank at that point. But just like weird stuff like that, like you have to have these like certain, I like just figuring out some stuff in different ways and enjoying the game, like the difficulty. I like things to be a little bit difficult and have some variety. And there's not a whole lot of it going on. Yeah, when I was getting gold before, I was just, I don't remember exactly. I don't remember exactly the method, but I was getting gold and I was like buying stuff on the trading post, getting ectos and things, and then selling them back on the trading post. And I set up the system in the guild at one point where basically I was undercutting the trading post fees. So anyone in the guild that was crafting, so we had people that just wanted to craft and trade, we had guild members like sell their items to us. We would pay them more than they would get at the trading post because of the trading post fee, and they would sell it to us cheaper than it would cost us. And then we used the extra money to kind of do stuff, and then we'd sell the materials back to the guildmates. That, and we had bets. So since I like PvP fights, and in the past I went into 1v1s, and 1v1s there wasn't no rewards or anything for. I don't know if they've ever changed it. But we had the Roman Colosseum set up in the guild hall. And so if you look at these rank systems that we had, so you see we have like auxiliary, legionary, citizen, noble, century. So there's a military rank and there's a civilian rank. And they go side by side, but civilian ranks, they went up through the system voting, and then military ranks went up the system through fighting. And then the emperor rank is the leader of the guild. And so the guild was set up to have politics, and people could take over the guild and run it how they wanted, and all of that. But those fights, when people was trying to move up the military ranks, they go to the arena, and then we had bets where we'd place in the guild, people would gather around and they'd bet on who would win. And then we had people we brought in from the outside of the guild that would bet on it, and a percentage of that went to the senators, and then the senators helped decide where the money went in the guild. So it's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it wasn't fun to get started. I'll tell you that. It took me a year and a half of just constant recruiting, farming gold, buying people dyes, helping them get their armor set up and stuff. And then eventually I ended up getting 5 or 6 people that were actually serious, and then we got it set up after that. And that's where the leveling started going up. But it fell apart during the pandemic. Because I stopped playing. I got sick. I stopped playing. But I'm not going to say like it's the funnest thing in the world to get set up. But it's pretty fun after you get it started. The whole thing was that there wasn't a whole lot of content in the game that I felt was very interesting. And so I was trying to make a way to get people more involved through the mechanics that were already in the game. So, like, people with the EOD expansion, for example, you'll go on Reddit. They banned my primary account, so like I haven't made a post about it yet. But there, you'll see people on there talking about like, hey, y'all should add boat races to the game, because we need boat races. And my whole thing is like, if you have boats and you have water, you can make boat races. I went to Queensdale and was doing like raptor mount races and stuff. We found a cave in the Bitterfrost where you can kick a chicken, and you can do soccer there. So like you can go and you can kick the chicken back and forth between the goals. It's kind of, brutality, but you can play soccer with the chicken. And that's stuff that people just like, there's no creativity or people trying to implement the things themselves in the community. No one's involved in the community, so they're putting it all on the game developers to add it into the game. And the game developers have spread themselves thin by making 15,000 branches in the game, so they can't please anyone. Like, I just did a post on Reddit yesterday on my new account about how they could implement a system to like keep more experienced players involved in the game and kind of help people get their new races into the game, because everyone is wanting new races for the longest time. But they want like their own like storyline and starting zone and everything else, and I don't think that is economical for a game company to do right now. But they already have a lot of the systems in the game to do the thing that I posted on Reddit, and
Get it Barrow's attention. Now to the Bone Palace to wait.
I really need to get rid of some of this crap.
Too strong.
Man. I don't know. I'm just like one of the people. Alright, man. It's nice hanging. Sorry it took me so long. I was having kind of an issue managing the map while talking at the same time. Alright, man. You have a good one. To the Bone Palace. It's kind of like eventually I want to do the walking challenge again at some point. I haven't did it in a while, but I really like the idea of the walking challenge. It definitely changes the game up a bit. I wish they would add more like achievements or like gear or something, that are titles that you could get for doing like random stuff like in Guild Wars 1. But part of the thing of how my builds are set up is like it's not supposed to be like the professional gamer 1v9 build that has like 5,000 DPS. It's supposed to be a build that is easy to implement on a bunch of players, like especially new players. They should be able to implement the build and use it effectively in team fights and PvP and everything else fairly easily. And that's kind of the idea that I went with for the most part. Like, I want a level 1 player that has no idea how to play the game or do any of the events or anything, and like maybe not even have any armor and be able to be effective as a fighter. And like this is kind of what I ended up going towards with this build. I mean, it's just a very solid, well-rounded, like the defense is all in the abilities. You can go high damage, you can go kind of tanky, it doesn't really matter. I think it's just a solid, well-rounded build. It's just like my Mesmer and stuff using the golems. You're going to get 2 golems that can kind of face tank stuff for you. And if you're in a group of Mesmers, you're going to get 10 of them. It's not bad.
Good work. Now, stick close and keep using the tether to keep it under control.
Okay. It's like an Egyptian face hugger.
Adrenaline rising.
Oh no, it's becoming enraged. There's nothing you can do but get ready for a fight.
Adrenaline rising.
I wish there was a little bit more purpose to some of these events. Like,
Now that we have our abominations, it's time to convert them to our cause. I've created fake recordings of Joko, and we're going to use them to reprogram these beasties.
I'm really starting to regret going along with this.
Too late, you're already part of it. I'll get the sequencers running.
like there's a little bit of like kind of lore information that you get, but it's nothing major like that. Like, you know that we're using Joko's army to help us fight, but now you kind of know like a little bit of how they do it. But it's not like the huge lore dump that like that would seem like beneficial for stuff in the game, you know? This is the other thing though, is like with the walking challenge, like stuff like this, you'd have to walk, like, let me put myself in walk mode. You'd be walking and marching with your allies. You'd have to do all of the events in a row that you saw here. And with a meta build, you would never have to actually work in a group like this. See, but like most players that's doing stuff like this, it takes too much time for them and it's inefficient, so they don't want to do it. But for me, I think it's very immersive. Like if you walk like this on the roads and stuff and you do the events as you approach something, you get a little bit of more snippets of lore. It takes a lot longer to get things done, but like it just feels pretty good. Like you have like an actual system of like military going on, you know? Let's look at this. We have to go here. We just have to follow the road on the right side. Pretty much.
Gaining adrenaline.
That's a close one. So, like, I want you to take something like that, for instance. Now, if you're playing normally and you're running around and using mounts and you can do 200,000 damage a second, you could just mow right through those people, no problem, right? But I want brand new players to be able to walk right alongside experienced players and do the walking challenge and stuff like this and have a build that's solid enough no matter what their gear is to fight and win in that fight, you know? And have like a kind of enjoyable military experience. It's more about the experience than it is about how effective the thing is. Because you could have 1,500 people that do 5 billion damage and have a couple of healers that keep them all alive. Or you could have an actual military where each unit is basically like an indestructible force. And maybe does a little bit less damage, you know? Awakened Greatsword. Kinda looks like ass, but, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Power, healing power, concentration. It's like a guardian greatsword.
Begin destruction protocol.
Got so much crap in my inventory, I swear. We need to sell some of these little trinket things off next time that we get an opportunity to. Enemy of my enemy.
Spear ruse seems to have succeeded. The Awakened are on high alert, and earlier the Order spotted Iberu en route here to the palace.
So, we find the Archon, take him out, then use Kaz's imposter trick to take his place, right?
It's not a trick. Mesmers don't do tricks. They utilize illusion.
Yeah. You guys are worse than elementalists.
I bet that sucks for the skimmer.
You're the Outlander from the casino. You're lucky I don't have time to deal with you right now.
If you're looking for the massive Sunspear army who harassed your camps and marked your territory, I'm it.
Outlander garbage. You're pretending to be Sunspear profanes the name.
And you're really gonna hate what he pretends to be next.
Take the Archon out, quickly. Aiding attention.
You squander your life force. Surrender it to me. Awaken to my side. You squander your life force. Surrender it to me.
Breaks when drain's interrupted.
Awakened to me.
this slowness, oh, it's nuts.
Now that the real Ibero's out of the picture, it's time to bring in the imposter. Kaz?
I'm not looking forward to looking like an awakened, but go on. Mesmerize me.
Okay, one Archon and his entourage coming up. There.
So, how do I look? Like something that's been dead and buried for a year, then dug up and dragged back to life. How about me? Same.
Let's just hope this fools the Vizier.
I can't go through the back door. Damn. Maybe we can just go. Yeah, whatever. We'll just go across the bridge.
Well, I can see why they call this the Bone Palace.
Are those centaur bones?
I guess Joko hates to see any dead body go to waste.
Archon! Oh no, I attacked Archon Iberu. It was an accident. Please forgive me, Archon.
So does your arrival mean the Sunspear uprising has been crushed?
Like it never existed. I'm here to deliver plans for King Joko's next great victory to Grand Vizier Udamishi.
Of course, Archon. The Grand Vizier is inside, conferring with War Marshal Ikolo.
Please don't tell Udamishi I attacked an Archon. Please!
Animated artifact.
Nothing to kill here.
Nonsense, Worm Marshal. Of course, King Joko values the contribution of your worm core. As His Most Elegant Highness not always insisted your battle worms accompany his troops into combat?
Yes, but I worry he only wanted his emergency rations.
Grand Vizier Udamishi.
Archon Iberu, welcome. I trust you've come to quell this unrelenting Sunspear insurgency.
I bring orders from King Joko, who commands that we turn our might against the true threat, the fallen god Balthazar. He has tasked me with leading his army against the disgraced deity. I trust that you will make the necessary arrangements.
I'm honored, Archon, but also confused. I didn't realize Joko had returned. And you know that in his wisdom, Joko has only given me authority over civil matters, not military.
Perhaps I misspoke.
That's quite unlike you, Archon. You're usually so precise.
Or perhaps you misheard me.
You must forgive Uramishi, Archon. He can't possibly understand how little attention heroes of battle, such as you and I, pay to the job descriptions of civil servants.
I should hope the Vizier was not questioning the direct orders of his all-seeing king.
Oh, no. I would never question the will of the most munificent Joko.
Unlike my dear acquaintance, I pledge to you the unquestioned fealty of myself and my worm core. I trust Marshals Ogun and Aranko will do the same.
And how might I contact the other marshals?
You'll find Troop Marshal Ogun at his camp southeast of Beijing. He's currently training new recruits there.
And Beast Marshal Aranko is drilling the kingdom's cavalry from atop a plateau near the necropolis.
King Joko will be told of your assistance, War Marshal. And Vizier, I promise your name will come up as well.
Do not like fighting
Why not?
No meat, no bones.
All of King Joko's enemies must be destroyed.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for not mentioning my earlier assault to the Grand Vizier. And please don't tell Joko. I beg you, Archon, please. He scares me.
You're a disgrace to the uniform.
Well played, Commander. You have a real talent for navigating the world of bureaucratic
This is a cool
piss
skin
asshole.
right here.
Now all we have to do is dupe the other two marshals into joining the cause.
I nearly slipped up with the Vizier. We should split up. See what we can learn about the other two beforehand to avoid mistakes.
Can we at least lose these disguises for now? The buzzard stares are making me nervous.
Better?
Much. But I think the stench is still clinging to my fur.
I believe that was there before.
We'll meet up near Beijing. Compare notes on the troop marshal. Good luck.
Good luck. So, like, if you were gonna walk this, you'd probably want to just come over here and teleport, and then walk around. But, like, if you had the walking challenge, you couldn't teleport and stuff until after you completed the map. Imagine if they resurrected these things.
Bobby, I have information you're going to want to hear.
There's always another way, and I'll help them find it.
Forged shield bearer.
Commander calling Timey. Come in, Timey.
Hi, boss. So, first off, you're currently alive, right? I only ask because your vital status has been so fluid lately.
Still breathing. Though if you were here, you'd be asking about Ritlock and Canuck.
That's intriguing. And a little frightening. Care to elaborate?
We're impersonating Joko's soldiers. Kaz cast an illusion, so they look like the local undead.
They must hate that. They're also pretty. Except Canuck. How'd you manage to keep your warm-blooded good looks?
The officer I'm impersonating was alive and well. Until I killed him. Nobody knows he's gone yet. We're mustering Joko's army to fight
He'll be back later.
It's our best shot at getting Aurene back before...
Before Balthazar uses her against Krakatorik and ruin everything. Oh, don't let me delay you. Go after her.
Looks like I should have took the other road. But we'll see.
If you could assist us, we'd appreciate it.
I'm ashamed to admit what I ate last night.
Troop Marshal.
Commander, now that you're here, I can put us back into a Mordant Crescent, guys.
Hooray.
Was anyone able to learn anything useful about the Troop Marshal?
The Order of Shadows says the Forged have a history of attacking his training facility here.
So there's no love lost between Troop Marshal Ogun and the Forged.
If we sell this to Ogun as revenge against Balthazar, maybe he'll sign on.
If we can convince him that the Archon's the guy who will get it done.
Archon, sir. Welcome. You honor us with your presence.
I bring orders directly from the most tenacious King Palawa Joko for the Troop Marshal's ears only.
Yes, sir. Follow me.
Archon, greetings. Wormmaster Ekolo told me you might come calling.
Then you know that King Joko has asked me to gather and lead his armies against Balthazar.
And I can think of no greater honor than to follow the storied Archon into battle. Unfortunately, the Forge have a huge foundry nearby, with a portal they use to refresh their ranks. If I were to leave now, there would be no one to monitor the troops and supplies that are coming in and out of the site.
Why haven't you just attacked the foundry and destroyed the portal?
This is a training camp. I don't have the seasoned troops I'd need to attack a target that big.
If I did your job for you and found and destroyed the portal, you'd have no excuse not to follow me into combat.
Archon, if you can do that with these recruits, I'd follow you into the underworld and back.
Maybe next time. For now, just watch how the Mordant Crescent gets it done. Then start packing your kit for Kodash.
I've only had time to teach these recruits basic combat commands. The Forged have kidnapped many of my recruits. If you see any inside, please get them out. I need all the bodies I can get.
I suggest you watch and learn from the safety of your camp. Maybe next time, you won't be so cowed by a horde of empty armor.
We're coming with you.
No, I have to succeed where Ogun couldn't with these recruits.
Doesn't look like they regen their health.
Portal's got to be through that gate.
I like this. I don't know if there's any more over there, but it looks like we got our groups going. See, this is kind of like Bannerlord or, whatchamacallit, like Total War, sort of. It's more like Bannerlord than anything. Surely this is how you flank. Make sure there isn't any more mummies that we can gather. Doesn't look like it. We're lucky her illusion, like, lasts so long and so far away. Guess we gotta go around the outside. Hopefully it wasn't underground. Maybe it's a building. A mummy bomb. It has to be underground. So you got mummy decoy. Gotcha. So we need to kill 10 Forge with a single mummy bomb.
This explains how Balthazar is able to maintain armor and troop levels this far south. There's the portal up on that walkway. Just gotta find a way to reach it.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need 10. That's the problem. So we need to like... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 9 and 10 from this side. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. I really thought we had it. We need, so you can only do the zombie bomb on like one person. It's like StarCraft all over again. Already back down to 6. Sadly. That seems less than ideal. Dude, they just got destroyed. I lost everything. Dang. Guess we'll have to come back to this at some point. I'd say it's probably best to, you'd probably go through, clear it, then go back, gather all the mummies for the final fight or something like that. Would probably be the easiest.
You can't keep a good man down.
I don't know if we actually ever did anything else. So this is just the mummy bomb and 15 mummies under your control. So the mummy bomb you'd probably want to do early. The zombies just walk through it. That's interesting. 15 minions. Like, this right here tells me that they have the tech to make a proper necromancer in this game. They just don't, because it's gonna, you know, lag the servers.
That should bring Ogun on board.
Ooh, good.
Very impressive, Archon. Your reputation as a leader and a strategist is clearly well earned.
I've slowed the Forge reinforcements, but the key to stopping them is to take out Balthazar.
A worthy goal, that I look forward to helping you achieve. Count me and my soldiers in.
Assemble your troops and meet me outside Kodash. Once I command the full force of Joko's armies, the shunned god will fall.
Okay, Kaz, Commander's back. Can we lose the maggot wearer? I hate to admit it, but as unpleasant as Kazmir's illusion is, it does appear to be working. I guess so. Next time, how about you three be the Awakened, and I'll be your captured Char prisoner. Nice try, Cuddles. That it better not stick.
Only one of Joko's marshals is left. Shall we split up and ask around about Beast Marshal Arango?
It worked this time. We'll regroup again near the necropolis.
spared the flame.
Or should I say, Archon?
Have you seen Rickon or Canuck?
Cuddles and Canuck arrived early. They want to be done with these disguises, so they already headed to Aronko's camp.
Archon, your envoys are meeting with Beast Marshal Aronko now.
My envoys?
I should have never let them go in alone. Hail, Archon! Your representatives and I were just discussing the situation about Balthazar.
I see. How presumptuous of them.
Forgive us, Archon. We meant no disrespect. We sought only to expedite matters, Archon.
Mongrels! Next time you step out of line, I'll put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from. Now go! Beast Marshal, might I suggest that the next time Joko sends his Archon to speak with you, you not start the meeting without him?
I assure you, Archon, nothing of import was discussed. In fact, they spoke highly of you, boasting of your superior riding skills. Of course, I like to think my mounted troops are without equal. Would you honor me with a demonstration of what makes you superior?
Are you questioning my abilities?
I mean no slight, but a mounted soldier requires more than just exceptional riding skills. Necromantic draining is essential if you hope to ride against Balthazar's horde.
Show me how it works. If your soldiers can master the technique, how difficult can it be?
You are most gracious, Archon. This way, please.
Necromantic siphoning, which means,
I'd be honored to guide you through the most basic of our necromantic draining skills. First, please mount up and enter the paddock. As you approach any of these beasts while mounted, you'll sense that the grasp of Joko is available to you. Use it.
See, here's the thing, okay? This means that because we're not undead, and we're not empowered by Joko or anything, so why does our dude have access to a necromagic skill? And we're a warrior, you know?
By draining the life of your target, you amount to unnatural speed. My troops use this skill to tame the beast of the battle. Now, if you'll come with me. If you bring half the conviction to the battlefield that you did to my compound, then I look forward to fighting Balthazar with you.
With me? Perhaps my companions misspoke in my absence, because Joko himself granted me sole command over his armies.
If you're leading Ogun's shambling infantry or Ikolo's worms, yes. But mine is a specialized unit, requiring a particular expertise.
As an Archon, I'm not accustomed to auditioning for command.
And as this squad's leader, I'm not about to let my troops be slaughtered by someone else's ineptitude. However, out of respect for the wishes of our beloved King Joko, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself worthy of assuming command. I have a test that measures my core members' abilities. If you successfully complete the Valley Beast circuit, I'll reconsider your request.
So if I fail, you still have the honor of fighting alongside the Archon. But if I succeed...
History shows you can lead. If you catch the beast with the grasp of Joko 3 times, you'll prove you can ride. To keep pace with the beast, you'll have to drain creatures in the area. There are also a few shortcuts for skilled mounts.
All this chatter. It would have been faster and easier for me to just seize control of your troops.
Very well, Archon. When you're ready to begin, simply step through this portal. Are you ready, Archon?
As ever, Beast Marshal.
Got it. That's one.
It's Mario Kart all over again.
Three's all she asked for. I think I can do more. That's four.
truly deserving of Joko's fate. I haven't witnessed such prowess since His Eminence lashed together 6 Hydras to run down the renegade Terai Osa.
I look forward to leading you and the others to victory against the Pretender God.
It will be glorious. Hail Palawa Joko, Scourge of Vabi.
Great work, guys. Now we have 3 of Joko's top marshals ready to follow us into battle.
Did you hear something? Was the mighty Archon addressing our pack of filthy mongrels?
I might have gotten a little carried away back there.
Maybe if the Archon whistled our marching orders in a higher register.
Put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from? Seriously, Commander?
Okay, but it did work. Time to focus on the big battle ahead. Balthazar, make whatever preparations you need, and we'll see each other again at Kodash Bazaar.
Kodash. Kodashimum Maximum. Kodashimum Ashimum. Hump up. Your head. Your foot feeling better? Huh? Huh? Your little foot feeling better?
Avoid the threats and complete the course. Bonus grade points if you take down targets along the way.
Beast of War.
So, that's Joko's finest. Wretched-looking group.
Still, they're about to stand shoulder to shoulder with us on the battlefield. So a little respect.
Oh, Commander. The Awakened troops are here, but no sign of Balthazar yet.
And there's Kralkatorek, which means we're not too late. I should check in with our awakened allies before Balthazar arrives. Kaz?
Coming up. Let's hope this is the last time.
Commander. Oh, wait. I got us into this mess over Sahathan, but you can get us out of it. Thinking back, I now know what Cormir meant. Undo this wrong. The means are in your grasp. You should have it.
No. Sahathan is yours.
The only thing that matters is stopping Balthazar. When he sees you're not dead, he'll turn his full fury on you and no one else. He won't expect you to have it, which makes this our best hope.
I'm honored, Tribune. I'll bring it back in one piece.
Yes, you will.
Commander, I hesitate to mention, but according to the Order, there are 3 other entrances to the bazaar in addition to this main gate. Joko's marshals have dispatched soldiers to each location, but they themselves have chosen to remain here.
If Balthazar shows up at any of those other gates, the Awakened won't stand a chance without leadership.
3 out of 4 chance that Balthazar could just waltz into town. Seems awful risky.
I agree. You 3 should coordinate the armies at each gate. I'll stay here since the marshals have already accepted my leadership.
Works for me.
Good luck to you, Commander.
Good luck to us all.
Stand ready! The Forged will be here soon!
Archon, the Awakened are assembled and await your orders.
Not a very big army.
Marshal, focus your troops on the Forged infantry. Marshal Aranco's mounted corps will disrupt their snipers. Marshal Icolo.
King Joko accepts nothing
Where
less
is
than
your
total
unit?
victory! There, on the front line. Our ranks have shrunk as my worms have been sacrificed for the greater good. But a single properly trained Janundu can wreak more havoc than 100 of Ogun's worthless worm-eating grunts.
Then you target the elite Forged and keep them off our backs as best you can.
Archon, Forged scouts on the ridge.
Awakened! Take your positions! In Joko's name, let's give Balthazar a proper desert welcome. Marshals, you have your orders. Go!
Death to the Forged!
I'm a little upset that he never uses these abilities. Why doesn't Ritlock ever use this sword like this when he's with me? Some boo. Seems like you'd be killing everybody, even your own people, with this right now.
so is the Scion. Hold on. We're coming. Hold the line here. I'm going after Balthazar.
For Joko!
Right. Quicksand.
Commander!
Not now, Timey.
Dragon Lab. Still doing research on the... in Kesho.
I can't understand what you're saying.
The Daisy said... balance... Elder Dragon.
Timey? Timey?
Heard that.
Never make it across on foot.
I think it'd be interesting, like,
Commander!
like,
Exalted... the gods...
What just happened? Why did it get quiet? Timey, are you still there?
It feels like Zohathan would be weaker if Balthazar didn't have as much power as he did when they first made it, you know? I've never actually gotten to pay attention to the actual fight in the air as this mission goes on.
Only one way up those walls. Jump.
how the war beast got up here, though, is my question.
I'm here to free Aurene from that thing.
You demanded Gwen's absence to escape the domain of the lost. But your resurrection is over.
No more running, Balthazar. Face me! Gaining adrenaline.
Okay.
What does it take to finish this thing?
it say? We killed Irene.
Now stands alone against the god of war, armed with nothing but a sword and the foolish belief that you just accomplished something.
I've stopped you from destroying Tyria. That's something.
You've stopped nothing. My war beast has weakened gw2. This has gone on long enough. gw2's magic will be mine.
Strong. Maureen, glad to see you in one piece. Let's keep it then. Stay close. Let's coordinate our attacks.
Baby dragon, stronger than a god. What's that? I'm gonna be honest, Serene here, 100% would be dead. I mean, Balthazar one-shot her big bro. Almost killed Kralkatork right there. 100% Irene would be dead. missed that one. He didn't say Lissa. Another point of fact, Talissa is a bad person. And we're going to have to kill her. Because she's going to kill Grinth and Melandru and Duena. We already know it's coming. I don't know why people ban my Reddit post talking about this. I had layers and layers and layers of lines and lore and dialogue, color schemes. Lissa's bad. At least half of her is, anyway. Balthasar is blue. It'd be crazy if Zohathan went out again because Kralkatork ate it. Shoot him with the cannon.
Are you okay?
Where's Balthasar?
You got fire lightning going on and
was
then.
determined to kill an elder dragon, and we stopped him. The world is safe. For now.
Is Orvine okay?
She saved my life. Then she ran off. Probably not safe to stay here. We should meet up back in Amnoon to discuss what to do next.
See you back in Amnoon.
Yeah, and somebody get that dragon slaying machine over there and
That looks nice.
reverse engineer it. Medium armor vest isn't too bad.
Now I shall break you.
Now I shall break. So they say. Tier 3 Norn Cultural. He's got skinny little legs though. Those guys are pretty cool looking.
Definitely more awakened here since Amnoon accepted Joe's support.
Hey!
Timey! What are you doing in Amnoon?
I decided to take a break from the lab and get back out in the field. I'm here to give you guys a hand and hopefully poke some stuff. Of course, I'm sure old Flunt and his flunky squad are probably combing through my dragon lab as we speak.
Anyway, Jory and I hitched a ride with Captain Keel and some trade envoys in her slow, floaty airship. This place really needs an Asura gate.
Timey! Balthazar's dead.
I heard! Congratulations! So what do we call you now? Dragon Slayer or God Stomper or what?
Timey, focus. When Balthazar died, Kralkatorrik absorbed most of his freed energy. Kralkatorrik's even stronger and more dangerous than ever.
Oh boy, that could seriously accelerate the Elder Dragon imbalance. I should run some worst-case hypotheticals right away. You're
Begin
lucky I'm
destruction
here.
protocol.
Good thing I've got everything I need right here in Mobile Lab Scruffy 2.0.
Excuse me, Commander.
Cockpit
Chief
keeps
Counselor
getting
Amon
bigger on
requests
that
your
thing.
presence inside for a small celebration to honor your victory.
Sounds like someone's got to go take a bow.
Thank you.
She's waiting for you now in the town square, sir. Everyone is.
No rest for the heroic.
Timey, I'll go say a quick hello to the counselor, then we can meet on the docks. I'll catch you up on everything there.
You gotta explain who actually killed the, thing, though. Is it me that killed him, or is it the undead dude that killed him? You know?
For partnering with our...
Hi, Commander. We heard the great news about Balthazar. I hope you don't mind my arranging this little celebration of your victory.
It's an impressive gathering, Counselor. But my crew and I really must rest.
Of course, I'm certain killing gods must be exhausting work, but I can't in good conscience let Amnoon's heroes leave until you've all been fed, fawned over, and properly feted.
Perhaps just for a moment.
Oh, Commander, you've met our gracious ally from Joko's kingdom, yes? I understand some of the credit for your great victory lies with him.
Lies indeed. In fact, I would say that most of the responsibility for my success with his king's army can be laid at his feet. When the truth about this victory is told to King Joko, I promise your name will come up as well.
Oh no. Oh no. Excuse me. I must go. Now.
That's odd and a bit worrisome. Urumishi may be a servile little weasel, but he moves in the highest echelons of Joko's government. But no, I won't let dark thoughts of that Lich King ruin this celebration. Today is about you, your companions, and your glorious victory.
Actually, Counselor, I need to tell you the truth about what happened at Kodesh.
No. Save your honesty for another day. It's been too long since this city, since these people have had anything to celebrate, or heroes to embrace. They need this. They need you. In fact, citizens of Amnoon, raise your glasses in toast to our heroes who delivered us from Balthazar and restored peace to our city.
Cheers! Speech!
Yes, Commander. Those who owe you their lives want to hear all about your momentous victory. Or, if you'd rather take a few moments to relax, mingle, and enjoy the moment first, you can take the stage whenever you're ready.
For the last time, I am not a grouchy cactus man, nor am I a giant talking choya. You urchins have the manners of a fifth-born.
It's all wrong.
Tell me about it. They closed the casino for this little soiree, so I can't collect for my wager on you until tomorrow. Which means I'm stuck in this haven for giddy, singing, dancing humans for at least one more day.
We Silvari are not, by and large, a giddy folk.
We'll be out of here soon enough.
Really? Unless I misheard, don't you have a speaking engagement first?
Believe me, I considered just sneaking out. But I'm convinced Counselor Iman would just hunt me down.
Might I suggest, when you do speak, that you avoid giving them the whole frightful truth while they're in such a party mood. On the other hand, I would also be wary of painting too rosy a picture. No reason to encourage their delusions of safety. We want them to stop this frivolous behavior and return to their senses when the morning comes. Just keep it vague. Nothing to get people too worked up either way.
You just don't want them to close the casino again tomorrow.
In my defense, it was a substantial wager.
Honestly, I'm not sure what I'll tell them. I just want to get it over with, so we can turn our attention back to Aurene and Kralkatorrik.
Then remember, vague.
You think before you guys pack up and head home, you could maybe do something about those pesky sand sharks? They're the worst.
In a garden, whatever, but I still bet I could take it. I'm pretty sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We owe you our lives.
Is that him? Mommy, is that the hero?
I hope my daughter grows up to be just
Commander,
like you.
good. We've got to get back out there and find Aurene.
And figure out what to do about Kralkatorrik. We just have to make a graceful exit from this celebration.
By the way, you're not considering telling these people everything that's happened, are you?
I don't know yet.
Please. I've spent a lot of time around these people. Not sure that they could handle the truth about the gods or the Elder Dragons. Not after all they've been through. Can't we just give them one day?
I suppose it is true the most immediate threat is gone. Seems like saving the world used to be so much simpler. As soon as I'm finished with this speech, thank you for encouraging them. We've got to gather everyone up and find Aurene.
It's embarrassing to think that Dragon's Watch has been reduced to dragon babysitting.
You saw what happened when Balthazar died. Now we've got to go deal with an enraged, unpredictable Elder Dragon.
All due respect, Commander. That's all I've wanted to do from the start.
Well, you're about to get your wish. I just have to figure out what I should tell these people first. Any advice?
What did Canuck say?
He advised caution. Why?
I just wanted to know which one of us you came to first.
Seriously?
Well, I think you have to tell them the truth.
That the gods have abandoned them, that killing Balthazar backfired, and now there's a riled-up crystal dragon somewhere on the horizon?
Listen, if Kralkatorrik shows his big scaly snout here, it'd be nice if these people were ready for it.
But then, maybe what these people really need is a brief moment of hope, happiness, before they go back to living every day in fear.
You've already talked to Casimir, haven't you?
Sorry, Tribune. I'm not saying.
Commander, the crowd is getting restless. It's time.
Of all the gods, I've always liked Balthazar least. Maybe it was the beard. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead. Good choice.
I've never seen an actual hero up close before.
People of Amnoon, please open your hearts and prick up your ears for the warrior who stood toe-to-toe with a wrathful god. And how.
Today, there's reason to celebrate. For the citizens of Amnoon, Elona, and the world. For today, peace has returned to this land. For too long, Balthazar and his army of forged horrors have cast a dark cloud over
For a
the
total of
desert
3 days he was here.
that threatened to consume us all. He betrayed not only his fellow gods, but all of us who revered him. But a short while ago, on the steps of the Kodesh Bazaar, a tiny band of mortals stood up to this betrayer god, and they put an end to his plans. But Balthazar's death also stirred the elder dragon Kralkatorrik. It circled overhead, attacking the desert just like it did Ascalon 10 years ago. When the smoke cleared, we saw it disappear over the horizon. But the immediate threat is averted. Balthazar is dead. His forged army defeated, meaning tranquility in the desert. At least for now.
Can't hear you.
So by all means, celebrate. Enjoy this moment. For as of now, this world belongs to us. Not gods, not dragons, not awakened or forged or branded. To us. Elonians, Tyrians, Canthans. The world is changing. We, all of us, are the ones who are changing it. And woe to any who would stand in our way. So, a toast. Many challenges lie ahead. But may every battle lead to victory. And every victory to celebration. Thank you.
Commander, such an inspiring speech. I'm just brimming with optimism about what good things tomorrow might bring.
Chief Counselor, you and I should talk sometime before I leave.
Absolutely. I look forward.
So that a celebration for humans and not the awakened, and there's like a whole bunch of them just standing here.
So we can figure out how to keep it from exploding into a million pieces.
Okay, so you and your friends can save the world, but you can't save my pets from becoming sand shark snacks?
Nope.
So, boss, what's next? I filled Timey in on everything that happened with Balthazar, Kralkatorrik, and Aurene.
First of all, about my killing Balthazar.
You did what you had to do to save Aurene and yourself.
And if it weren't for you, Commander, none of those people at that party would be alive right now.
That's rather faint praise.
Well, first thing we have to do is find Aurene.
First thing is to hunt down Kralkatorrik.
Neither of those will help until we find out how to replace Elder Dragons.
And, as usual, we'll probably end up having to protect all those innocent idiots who don't know how to stay out of harm's way.
We're all thinking it, so I'll just come out and say it. Should we try one more time to get all of Dragon's Watch together?
After all this time, do you even know where everyone is?
Well, one of them is right here.
Jory!
Kaz, thank the gods you're okay. Canuck told me what happened with Balthazar.
I was so afraid I'd never get to see you again. To tell you that I am so sorry about the way we left things.
I know. Me too.
I hate to interrupt, but did anybody feel that?
Feel what? Oh dear.
Tell me this is just
So, it begins.
So it's better just to warn everybody, eh?
Do you think the council made the right call about Joko?
As long as they keep Balthazar at bay, they can stay as long
Hey,
as they
Commander, it's Timey. Here with Ritlock. Say hi, Ritlock.
Hi.
Ritlock has rounded up our provisions, and I'm almost done desert-proofing Scruffy. So, whenever you're ready to start looking for Aurene, we're at a Doyak Ranch just outside Amnoon.
Follow the smell.
You can never have too much treasure.
Begin destruction protocol.
Alright, that's the end of that. So y'all guys have a good.